Hi, hello, hi, I have made it. I forgot to open the tiny lid on my camera, but it is open now. And I'm here. Let's see, which direction do I scoop for that? There we go. I have arrived. I made it to my own stream. Like a little bit late, but I made it. So, we're here. We're Minecrafting today. Hope everybody is having a great evening. It is one of the Sundays of all time. We're gonna hop around and do some Minecraft. I got some things to do, fun stuff. Mining. Actually mining. Which I'm never quite sure how much people actually mine in Minecraft, like percentage-wise. I assume this varies based on players. Some of them are actually probably mining quite a lot compared to other ones. Like probably like a middle ground of mining. I think I probably mine quite a bit. More than most. Less than some. But today, our exciting task is going to be amethyst mining. For our nether tunnel project. This one has gotten a little out of hand, I think, because I've actually been in this area. Put a bot here anyway. Not that I'm gonna need it, probably. These are a lot of fully grown amethysts already. Which we really don't need. I am going to toggle hitboxes though. We're going to spend a lot of time picking stuff up on this stream too. But yeah. The new South Nether Tunnel expansion is on the way. Very excited to have an update to the design, but more to just have new tunnel down that way. Hooray! Hi, Ox. Hope you are doing well this evening. Bonk, 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 bonk. That tracks. I do not envy you your hair drying adventures. I actually don't know what trying to dry my hair would do to it, because times it looks best are when I just put like take a shower, put on like the curl cream, and then just let it air dry out. I assume that it would not do great things to actually blow dry it. I don't know. I've never actually tried. Boink, 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 boink. Versus Artemis, my brother, for anyone who wouldn't know that, who has like, I have curly hair. He has the most dead straight hair I've seen, and it's so funny. He doesn't have to do anything to it because he can't really do anything to it. No matter what, it hangs like straight down. He puts like hair ties in. They just slide right out. I'm gonna move around some stuff in my inventory because I want to do this, that. So we can kind of have an idea how many things we have. And kind of our mining rates, because we need a relatively even distribution of these items. And unfortunately, because I was doing stuff in this area earlier, I kept it loaded. We've ended up with a disgusting number of the big ones, which we already have an absolutely disgusting number of the big ones. So that's tragic for us. Those are the ones we specifically don't need, fortunately. But I need to mine at least a couple more stacks of these, because we only need a little bit more for the Nether project. I also realize that I kind of want to just have more of the little ones for reasons. And then, yeah, be prepared. Those of you who are directly looking at the screen, every so often I'm going to completely miss the bud, and we're going to get a wall of black text on the screen. That is the Tweakaroo message for "you can't break that block," because I don't want to break my budding amethysts. Budding amethyst blocks, so I'm using the restriction that stops me from breaking them. But I gotta see if there's a way to turn off that message, though, because that is deeply annoying. I know what's happening. Bing, bing. Makes a sort of satisfying noise every time I mine one of these things. Bing, 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 bing. But if you ever have to do a big amethyst-related project, highly recommend, if you're manually mining your amethyst, this Tweakaroo block break thing. It saves so much headache. It does indeed take the mine out of Minecraft, but it adds a lot of safety with... See, this first geode here with the water is the one I did before I was using block break restriction, or the block type restriction, and... Oh yeah, that one definitely did. But this one, I used to mine this geode without the Tweakaroo setting before Vex told me about it. And so I would just come up and I would line myself up like that, breaking. I would just line up because I could omnidirectional around most of the blocks in some way or another to break them without having to actually look at the block behind it. And that was why this was like this. But it's also why it's the only one that's like this, because with the block break restriction, it's just so much easier. And it's a type of convenience that I think is just worth it. I'm sure some people will say cheapens the experience, and I'm just like, yeah, but it's miserable. Doing the actual thing is kind of miserable. I've been working on these since last night, and I want to say I have most of what we already needed. So I think we'll do this probably for a couple rotations of the whole trip here. Show everybody where all my amethysts are. This is one of the fun features of my base, being an underground base. I have a fair number of amethysts. Provided quite a lot of the raw material for tinted glass on our big projects here. Hand mined out of my base. With many of the, many of the products, the fine products of my base for sale at my ore shop in the shopping district. For what I think are relatively reasonable prices. I guess I would have to ask somebody else. I'd have to ask Ox what if my shop is reasonably priced. Honk, honk, honk. Ding, ding, ding. I was telling Ox that I would really like it if they implemented a system like the copper oxidization, where I could take a tool and just like chip down the big amethysts into the smaller ones. Because that would be really convenient. Would love that. Maybe give me a workstation. I know people want more blocks. But yeah, so Mox said, like, the tough is definitely a good deal. That's the only thing I've wanted to buy. Yeah, I made the tough particularly... Like, I wanted to price the tough to move. Because I really hoped it would help anybody who wanted to do any kind of bigger project that used tough, but didn't want to have to go mine all the tough, and maybe hadn't already been stockpiling tough. Whee! Alright, we're doing pretty good so far. It's unsurprising, I guess, since I've been doing this since a little while. We mostly have the big ones. We're actually the lowest on the small ones, which is not usual for this process. Normally I'm drowning in the little ones. But at least they're much easier to farm overall. Because once I clear this, whoops. Once I clear most of the already grown ones, then we can just like power farm little ones. I am surprised this many grew though, because I thought that something had to stay in the range to keep these things loaded. But I guess I just maybe don't quite realize, because I have been on, and I've been in my base, but I've been on the far side of my base, only occasionally traveling to my storage, and I don't know if that is enough range to load these geodes for long enough to actually do stuff. It would appear so, because these are more grown out than when I left. I'm just kind of surprised that that's the case. I'm not going to be able to get this one, I think. That one's kind of an annoying spot. Let's see if I go here. This way, I got it. Oh, because it was a regular block. Too funny. It's 3. Whoops. Get these amethyst bots in here. See, this one is the smallest growth, and it is the farthest away one that we've traveled to thus far. So I'm guessing that I was somehow loading close enough to those other ones. I guess I sometimes underestimate how big the player loading range is. So it is like the bulk of the copper farm. That bot that's sitting there is doing quite a lot. Oh. I got to update my volume because I am finally trying out the, if you can notice, my nice headphones. I'm finally actually trying out the DAC that you gave me, Ox, and it's very nice, but I'm gonna have to completely mess with the volume because that was so loud. I had to turn it down. Put that one back. Boink, boink, boink. Yeah, so I hope it is too overall. But you're saying, so that's changed recently. Now everything that's loaded also random ticks. Used to be limited to a smaller range regardless of simulation distance. So what is the area around a player that loads? Out of curiosity. I'm sure I could look this up. Frankly, I know I could look this up. This server, the distance is 12 chunks. Okay, so I suspect then... Because obviously this one didn't quite load. And the closest I came to here is my storage. So if I was here... Now I'm over quite a ways this way. So I suspect this geode was definitely not within the 12 chunk loadable, but the other one apparently was. So the line must be somewhere pretty close, given that this one had a lot of growth and this one didn't have almost any, relative to the state that I left it in. Let's see, we've already we have most medium buds, which is interesting. We lose a lot. The large ones are kind of really annoying to farm because so often you'll notice them and they'll have just turned into the really, like, the completely grown one, and you're just like, no, I needed the other one. It's like here I stop on the path back, normally to hit any that have made it to the third stage, because I don't need the big one. Make sure I don't get the big one. I have so much of it. So unbelievably much of it. Cool. I'll head down to the final area where we do some mining. Yeah. The 12 chunks, though. Kind of hard for me to conceptualize exactly what that distance looks like. I am not generally working in chunks. But, like, see, this one fully... This is, like, almost completely full grown. This was probably closest to the area. Maybe that I was working in. Let's see. I was doing all of my work over in this pocket over here, getting rid of the water. Yeah, these are probably the closest hits. These are all going to be, like, maxed out. I'm gonna be sad with how many big ones we have. I mean, I guess they're fun for decorating, but, like, nobody needs stacks and stacks and stacks of the things. I know that they are occasionally used in redstone for contraptions, seemingly the cart-based been, like, fiascos. So I know they're on the flying machine cart breaker, I want to say. It's the part that destroys the carts in a specific position. Yeah, and they are very pretty. I like them a lot, but... there's only so much you can do with them. Ding, 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 ding. So... Ugh. I have been having a very fun weekend. Oops. For people who don't know this about me, I am a League of Legends player. I guess most of you would know that, based on my streaming activities. But right now is the League of Legends World Championship. And actually the finals are coming up next weekend. Last night were the semi-final games, where my favorite team, the team that I root for, was playing. And I decided to stay up to watch the game, even though that probably wasn't the best idea. But they ended up winning. in a 3-0 victory. Truly crushed it. I think the most amethyst bots I ever spawned. But, yeah, somehow my team is once again in the World Championship. Even though it is yet again another year where everybody was like, surely they look bad this year. They're not going to be able to do it again. But, we're here again. I think we have a very good chance of winning. Well, I mean, I guess by being in the finals, you do have a really good chance of winning the finals. So you ostensibly have a 50-50 chance. My team has won the last 2 years in a row, however, giving them probably an abnormally high chance to win by... not really. Mostly just yapping. The only thing you probably would have had comment on is me not knowing exactly what the amethyst crystals are doing in the flying machine cart yeeter. I believe they are to do with the placement of breaking the carts in a specific position because of their hitboxes. But I do not quite remember off the top of my head if that is correct. But I was musing on the usefulness of the big amethyst crystals because I have so many more of them than all the other ones we need. It's actually quite annoying. Yeah, this is not League of Legends, however. Ah, thank you. I guess I forgot to change it back. Whoops. I did remember to update my title. But I guess I didn't notice that I left my category last time on League. Usually I change it back to Minecraft at the end. But yes, silly League of Legends. I really enjoy League of Legends. It is a fun time. Hello, Sparkle. Yes, it's Minecraft. We're Minecrafting. We are not League of Legendsing. And we're very specifically mining within Minecraft. We're like doing the thing. We're actually like doing the thing in the title. Those unaware, for our big copper farm project, I did this for weeks. Took me weeks to mine all of the required amethyst for that project. So I was a little amused when, for this project, Ox was like, depends on how much you like it because of how much amethyst we're going to need. And I'm like, I don't know. Frankly, could it be more amethyst than the last time? It is not. It's not nearly as much effort as the last project was. We're having a good time. I'd be having a good time regardless. Obviously, I would not have done this for weeks if I wasn't having fun and did not care about the project we were doing. But I think it was quite worth it. The copper farm is very impressive. I think it really blows the minds of basically like everybody who sees the thing, who has like half a grasp of how... I don't even think you really need even much of a grasp of how like scale and farms work in Minecraft to understand that it is quite a large and impressive farm. I think it just comes across even to the uninitiated. Because the scale on that project is just so big. Yeah, so Ox says, and yes, an amethyst farm can in fact do this as long as you use a careful arrangement of rails and a minecart. Interesting. How would it do this? Breaking the smaller, like, buds. Because I thought these had to be silk touched. So I'm very curious about what the careful arrangement... Oh, I see. That makes sense. I kind of forget sometimes that you can just do that you design the farms around moving bots around or players around to do the thing. Can we get to this one? Where would that fall? Oh, that's stuff all on top. Okay, there is actually a way up there. How do we get back up there? We go this way. There it is. Nice. I would like to see the 100 players riding around in minecarts to do trial chamber farm. I'm not sure an example of that exists, but I would like to see it. See, we have so many of the bigger ones already. We're like filling all the other random space in my inventory because these things are just... we're going to end up with way too many of them. And let's go ahead and head to the next geode. We will get our last batch of big ones. I actually don't even know that we need to do this geode down here. I think these ones are really small. It's not exactly... not all geodes are built the same. This one really is not a banger. But in the period where I needed 1,000,000 amethyst, you took what you could get. I'm sure it wasn't actually 1,000,000. I'm sure the math is very doable for how many amethyst shards are in 100 shulkers. I am not going to mental math in this moment, because I don't think I could play the game, talk to everyone, and correctly mental math. 172,800 of them. So it would have taken me quite a while then to get to 1,000,000. Quite a while indeed. I think it took me like 2 weeks to get to that many. Now, see, we can... now the problem will start to become, we're just going to get a ton of the little buds really quickly, because those just come back so fast. So we should be able to get our numbers a little more balanced. But by catching up on the lower ones, actually already surpassed all the other ones. No, not yet. We're closing. We actually got a lot of the medium ones. I guess it's good. Normally it is really a sliding scale. Yeah, Fortune 3 pickaxe, each cluster will drop on average 8.8 shards. So you wouldn't have to mine all... Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I did mine 100 shulkers of these dumb amethyst shards. Another project. We had quite a fun adventure with that. That was where I built my amethyst storage area. Right now, we're just trying to even our numbers a little bit. We were behind on the little ones. I think we're now getting pretty close to even across the board. Once I have kind of an even state, then I'll just start to kind of farm them, because I need to, obviously, to get big ones, I need to let the little ones sit. But because we started with so many large clusters, due to me being in my base and keeping it a little slightly loaded, normally I'm waiting for them to grow to try to get the big ones. Yeah, this is real mining hours. Sparkle, it's been okay, see, now we're gonna start to catch up on some of the bigger ones. These ones sit for a little. Now that we've got about parity with all of them. Rockets. So now we generally just kind of go from cluster to cluster and look for any big ones. The workhorse cluster, I think, is actually I think the biggest geode is in, is one of the three in the back of the base. Which was unfortunately one of the three I kept loaded. So we ended up with the most big clusters. It's interesting how some of these do not end up waterlogged, and I'm not really sure I can identify, like, why that happens. Because they would appear to mostly generate as waterlogged. But sometimes they don't, and they clear the water. So we're gonna put that there, there, there. Yeah, that one seems to be entirely random chance. And because like I've done this mining so much, I've seen that happens, and it's probably like a 60% generate is waterlogged, and the last bit don't. Yeah, I was saying, I think while you were drying your hair, though, that I do want to mine at least a little bit more than we need, just in case for any personal projects or things as well. Just it'll be nice to have while I'm doing this, before I let them all grow out again to full size, and then just end up with a metric ton of it. Yeah, it would make sense to sell these. But like obviously me being in my base will just grow these out to maximum, and then I will end up with a ton of the full-size ones again. Which again, are nice, but sometimes, as this project has shown, we need the smaller ones, not the big ones. So I want to take this opportunity to at least get a little ahead. Have a little supply of them. But I don't want to do this all stream, so we're going to do probably one more pass through, and then kill off all the bots as we go. Then we'll move on to another adventure for today, because we have a lot of different tasks to work on today. Which is fun. Always fun to have plenty of things to do. Question. Shoot. I will answer any question in as much of a reasonable way as I can. Nice. Oh, not nice. Can I get... Oh, it landed on the other crystal. Okay. Where do we break that one from? Some of these, it's a bit of a puzzle to figure out. There we go. Where I have to stand to break them. Because everything in there is reachable. Okay, I remember when I was first planning the copper farm, you said you had plans to the north of your base, almost to where the farm is. I'm curious what you were going to build. All right, we'll head over there. Well, actually, we're actually almost there. So I'll show on the way out. So we'll do this geode. This is also not the most productive geode. Even then, we still find some that have managed to, in the time I've been gone, grow to the full size, and I'm just like, damn, that sucks. I didn't need that size. I don't need almost any of that size at all. But I tragically have the most of that size. There really wasn't a lot. Oh no, that one. It's good. Because we have a pretty good amount here. Actually clean some of these out, the mediums, while we're here. And a few of the smalls, I guess. Leave it in a relatively low state for once we kill the bot. Again, not that it's going to matter. I spend so much time in my base doing different stuff that they like, inevitably, by the time I come here again, this is just going to be fully grown. It just happens. Happens every time. Amethyst 3. Yep. Yeah, because the area closest to the copper farm that's attached to my base that I was probably talking about, because it's not, I didn't really have any plans to go as far north as the copper farm actually is. But the cave adjacent to the copper farm, I would like to build in. But we have to go look at the cave. And I can walk us through kind of what different ideas I had for that cave. These. It's like some interesting mix of mining and like parkour. It's quite funny. Fully grown ones, they give me mild pain anytime. It's like, no, you could have been the right size, but you're wrong. The amethyst civilization. How do we get out of here again? Here's another path out this way. This will actually almost take us exactly to where we want to go, because Ox was asking about the copper farm. You'll never guess what's down this tunnel, right here. If you guessed the copper farm, you were correct, because that's how close we were to it. It's just down that tunnel. So the farthest part of my base that I truly have plans for is this. I kind of want to make into an airship dock. But prior to that, because that is in relation, or actually in direct response to the copper farm itself, this was the area that I was imagining building something in that I would have told you about back then. And that was because this previously was the largest open area of my base, this cave here. And so I wanted to do basically like a small underground city kind of in this area. I think I'm not sure exactly how it will look now, because obviously I have done a lot to make a much larger open area to do kind of the same idea on the other side of my base. I think that I want to try to turn this area into almost a big, like, marketplace looking space with some kind of, I think I want to flatten that wall over there, because there's one of the geodes. It's right there. I think I want to flatten one of this wall here, and basically do like a kind of big like pixel art mural on that wall. Almost like it's a big painted mural. Do I know what I want to put there? Not yet. But that's kind of the vision of what I had. Yeah, I am an underground town enjoyer. I'm an underground base person, obviously. Right, so at this point, we're really only looking for the large clusters. I'm going to stop mining all the other clusters. We only need the big ones. And we're going to kill amethyst. I want to say, well, we might as well just kill them all. I don't remember exactly which one is where. But, just get them all. Amethyst. 2. Kill. There. Amethyst. Whoops. Do that more often than I should. Or I forget to tell it what to actually do with Amethyst 4. Yeah, doing this Amethyst mining again got me thinking about actually decorating the tunnels that lead to all the Amethyst as I am running down them again, and maybe making them look more intentional. Constructed and all that. I think that would be pretty fun. Do I need another project to be working on? Probably not. But it would be nice. Okay. That's unfortunate. Wow, I made a really funny joke about how Eve did /player stream kill by mistake. And actually, it was just my browser. Did your browser just crash? Let's do big one. I don't know why my brain always tells me to do this big one and then leave the smallest one for last, but it does. Okay. It encountered an error decoding your video. How interesting. What ended up happening? Did it just like go black screen? Whee. Okay, gotcha. Got it. Connections. My connections hiccups every so often. I find it slightly annoying. I don't think I've really had so much of that problem recently. Ox will know that I did some work before I decided to try streaming to run an actual cable to my PC through the attic. It was an adventure. But now I have a much more stable internet connection. Only hiccups every once in a blue moon. But it does still hiccup every now and again. I assume no one has a perfect ISP that actually works all the time. Or if you do, you have a much cooler ISP than I do. Break these here, because I need a new path to get up. Sometimes I'm coming from that side and annoyed. We're gonna open that up. Whoops, not what I wanted to do. There. Oog. Oog. I think that's pretty much good for this one. See, now if I was going to keep doing this would become the slow part of the mining process, because now we only need the big ones. So it's just like waiting around for crystals to grow. Quite goofy. But yeah. Anyway, So while you were, I think, still drying your hair, Ox, I was actually talking about my silly League games that I was watching yesterday, and I don't know if you caught that part, but my team did actually win. And very nicely in a 3-0. So they let me get to sleep at a much more reasonable time than it could have if it had gone to 5. I would have been very unhappy if it had gone to 5. So it could have. League best of 5s can potentially go quite long. And I know, like, a lot of people root, like, a lot of people cheer for best of 5s, but to actually, like, go to all 5 games. And I'm kind of a weird person in that regard because I really enjoy the Rio series more than I think the average player does. Because I'm just like, it's really cool when a team is just like so good, they know what they're doing, and they just adapt and win a series like outright. I think that's quite impressive, quite cool. I respect the amount of skill it takes to be able to like read your opponents and actually manage that. And a lot of best of 5s that go to 5 games, the thing is that mostly they are like best of 5s that go to 5 games are oftentimes quite messy because like the teams are not usually that like the weaker team is good enough to challenge the stronger team. It's usually that the stronger team is not good enough to consistently win. And so you get some very, very silly games. All right, let's go fly these over to the dig site. But yeah, something, they were terrible and somehow got into the world champion like they always do. Yep, all the last couple years, my team has actually been to the world finals for 4 years in a row now. The very first year, everybody thought we were really good and that we had maybe gonna win, and we didn't win. And then the next year, everybody thought we were really bad. There was no chance we could win, and we won. And then the year after that, everybody was like, wow, they're really bad again. There's no way they could win. Then they won. And then this year we came into the tournament, and everybody was like, wow, they're really bad. Surely it won't happen again, right? It can't keep happening. And now we're back in the finals. So, the team that I root for, T1, which I don't think stands for anything now. Comically, it used to, but we have lost the meaning. The team's name used to be SKT. Yeah, so the team is currently named T1. They are a Korean League of Legends team, and they are very good. They are the most winning League of Legends team in the history of League of Legends. See, look how many of these we ended up with. Way too many. Kind of hate those guys, honestly. Oh, it's even worse, Fox. Because, so, the team was originally called SKT T1, and SKT stood for South Korean Telecom. Because they were a team that was sponsored by South Korean Telecom, which I think is like their main, just like, phone provider in South Korea. And the T1 used to be just the part of the name, and it was to designate that at the very beginning they had two teams, T1 and T2, which I assume was just Team 1 and Team 2. So it was SKT T1 was South Korean Telecom Team 1. So quite the original naming scheme. The players that went on to win the World Championship under the SKT T1 name were originally Team 2, but they were better than Team 1, so they got promoted. I do like the Death Staff's actually kind of okay. Dark Oak Tunnel, it's very fun. Let's actually go back and look at it. I saw the pictures, but I didn't really take a serious look at it. But anyway, they won the World Championship originally in the year 2013. That was the first year that I managed to actually go to the World Championship. Okay. Thinking about the South Tunnel, the clusters do give off light. Sensing a butt. But only up to 5. Okay, so they're relatively dim. Are these actually dark oak leaves? We don't have other lights. It'll be the darkest tunnel. Okay. Okay, yeah, but they look gross in the... They do look kind of gross. I was like, why did we put acacia leaves on this dark oak tree? What happened here? That sign is very legible. Particularly with the light coming from the light me up for the stream. I actually couldn't read it at all without leaning in. That staff's actually kind of okay, Dark Oak Tunnel. You're welcome, Ox. I haven't been to this farm in a while. The last I checked, it was like partially broken, I think. So I assume it grows trees. There's some ancient debris here. With... what is that stuck in it? Is that a minecart? Well, hopper minecart. Why is it black? Are hopper minecarts a different color than regular minecarts? I thought they weren't. I thought they were these guys. Well, what's happening with this one? Oh, okay, because entities are always dark if sufficiently inside of a block. I didn't know that, actually. How interesting. Anyway, here's a TNT. I assume the TNTs are getting dropped out and slime launched. They're falling down here. They're getting punched out to the tree to blow it up. And then on the top side, it is also dropping TNT. I assume here, there's one. But I actually don't know what this... oh, it's just facing the other direction. So it's dropping 3 total TNT on every tree to blow them all up based on their shape. And then all the things are flowing towards the center, where they are getting collected by the hoppers in the floor. I would assume, if this is a Vex farm, it has to have a shulker loader somewhere. It does indeed have shulker loaders. This is, I feel like, how you can tell that this is a very old Vex farm, because I have built shulker loaders that look like this shulker loader, and Vex has definitely never sent me a shulker loader that looked anything like this anymore. So this is more what I would expect them to look like. So perhaps it is actually loading shulkers over here. Those are just unloading over there. Unclear. This is doing some amount of something here. Let's see. Look at this guy. The ones I was saying were the ones that are down here. Just blow out all the lights. These guys. This is one of the most simple shulker loaders I've ever seen on a Vex contraption. Yeah. That's what I thought. Looking at it, I was like, that looks like a loader. It's got a loader there. It appears to have another loader here. Another loader there. And then whatever's going on over here, which is what I was trying to figure out exactly. This is sorting of some kind. But this thing... Oh! It's autocraft. So where did you see the autocrafter? The old one? Is that what this is up here? Fancy loader, okay. Oh, I see it. There it is. The weird crafting table floating in the middle of this fiasco. So it was crafting the logs that it was collecting into something. Again, this appears to be sorting of some sort. But quite an elaborate sorting of some sort. Or that I guess maybe is composting the... Oh, is this... doing... So this is making bone meal, I assume. With all those leaves that this is collecting? No? What is this part doing? This part I stare at, and I'm like, I understand some of what's happening here, but I'm not quite grasping the vision of what it's actually doing. Okay, shulker unloader for bone meal. What is the army of composters up to? Are they doing anything here? But yeah. Okay. Having something with an inventory on top of a hopper means it doesn't check for items above it. So it's just for performance. Oh, okay. Understood. Yeah, so anyway, Hilarious. The old dark oak. Not accepting bone meal for now. Do not use. Got it. Start, I want to say. Eating anything in this place, kind of a mess. It does have some dark oak in it still. Pulse. Whoops. Sticks. Yeah, nothing else. I bet that crafting table is for uncrafting bone blocks. That would probably make sense. Since I assume that the bone meal farm can churn out a not insignificant number of blocks, of bone blocks. Anyway, though, you were saying about this tunnel being the darkest tunnel, but did I miss an ending to that thought? If we don't have other lights, it'll be the darkest tunnel. Do you have a proposed solution for that? Or was there just more thought that you got cut off from finishing? Oh, I'm wondering if we should keep the sea lanterns or maybe go pearlescent frog lights. My brain tells me the pearlescent frog lights because they're more the correct color if we were to put something. Not the guys making noise. Hello, buddies. Why do you all have boots? Oh no, 3 of you have boots. I'm surprisingly low on obsidian, not on blackstone, not on soul sand, not on bricks, other pearls, the books, and the potions. And the one guy in the boat. Not really sure what the one guy in the boat's about. He seems like a museum piece, quite frankly. Oh, there's a portal back here. Original world spawn portal. Nice. Didn't know you could actually access it from there. Ooh. Let's get out of here. They're making a lot of noise. There's nothing at original world spawn. Just north of the spawn perimeter? Yeah, I think I remember where that was. It's literally just grass and torches. Chronos V4 raid farm. Lag warning. Any reason we have warning in 2 languages on this sign? Vibes. If my language knowledge is not failing me, we have it in English and German. Realm of the Mad Duck, known for its proliferation of German speakers. I never thought about the fact that the cherry biome tunnel does not have any kind of label that it is the cherry biome tunnel, but like, you know what it is when you look at this thing. And there's my base. With some melons in the floor. People who might not notice the melons in the floor. They are everywhere. That would be pretty much correct. See how many... I still have a decent amount of shards. Not nearly as many as I used to, but... I think I want to actually empty these just because it's fun. Just shove them in. Is this for any practical reason? No. But like none of these amethyst shards are being used for anything practical anyway. So if I ever come back for you, this will be goofy, but why not? There you go. Some blocks in there. I guess it makes more sense for shards to be in the barrels, blocks to be in the chests. Not that there's like really any logic to the design of what's happening here, but yeah. These were all my old amethyst collecting times. I was really popping off on this one to shave off a total of 2 minutes and 11 seconds from the previous one. Spanish and French. I actually don't think I have a good clue how to say warning in French. I know that that was just funny timing, but my brain does really hope that you say warning in French by saying POG. So, for those of you who were here last time, this is the area that was previously full of water. It is no longer full of water. I have gotten rid of the water. So we are free to continue to work in this area. One thing that we might do, I do want to plot out the next part of our path, which will be what you can do if you want to get the most attention is you just put a sign that says, "Hold on there, PogChamp." And that will upset the most people and stop them. Would be very funny one day to change all of the signs to be Twitch slang that would upset Joe. And wait to see how long it takes him to notice. We're funny joke, but we would also be reading PogChamp for like months. Oh. Yep, that was why we had to do that. Because immediately, this is where the water was. This is going to be interesting, because we're going to have to wrap around the beacon. I'm going to want to keep us equal distance from the beacon. So I'll have some hand in the design of this corner. I didn't end up finishing the water removal after you left, Ox. I did it actually over the rest of, since I last streamed, so basically over the last week, I've been getting rid of the water. Because it took quite a while. That's all I've been doing anytime I've been playing Minecraft, which is draining the water out of this fiasco. It's a relatively big space, so there are two things that I want to do here. Is one, I want to do this walkway, and two, I want to build a third house. This house has been one that I've also... Oh god. This place is dangerous because it's so easy to fall out of. You mine through anything. We're like 1 block away from falling. But I actually think this place has been kind of where I've been eyeballing putting another house basically suspended from the ceiling here. And there'd be a way to get in from over here. This would be another big window viewing area for out this direction. But you're saying, how many houses do you ultimately envision? Not a ton of them. Let's see, because the houses that exist, we have the Hell House, we have the other house. I do think I want to put at least one more house back in this area somewhere. Not 100% sure. I want this wall to kind of be a park cafe wall. So this wall would be the wall where I could potentially put a house if I put another one in here. And I might actually do, like, this is going to be funny. To mix it up, I might make it a ground level house. Which is goofy in the sense of Minecraft, because I think most houses are ground level houses. And in my base, there's basically no ground level house. And so I think it would be fun. So I still wouldn't even call this a ground level house. The entrance is on ground level, but even the first floor of the house is not on ground level. So I think right away, it's not even a ground level house. I take a moment to drink some water. Yeah, there's barely a ground level, let alone a ground level house. Again, the one ground level house is not even a regular house. It is an upside down house. What are your loddles doing? They are loddling. Oh, it's the spinny guy. I love the spinny guy. Do the thing. Now he's getting down now. But yes. Hi, Nim. Look at this guy. He'll do the thing. Maybe. Maybe he won't. Sometimes when they line themselves perfectly on the tip of the dripstone, they just spin. See? Look at him. He's doing it. They're fighting. They're trying to push each other off. So that's the fun of the axolotl +1 dripstone design. They will climb on it, and it will be silly. You too can copy this design for your base, and it is a very entertaining showpiece. The one spinning axolotl. I assume if you give them less space to swim. Yeah, also, hi, Oni. I do not have a fishing bot, but you can come to my base for free axolotl if you would like. I give them away. They are naturally spawning. These ones are stay here. Let's go check out the ones. Yeah, have a good lurk, Omi. Ooh, this is the naturally spawning axolotl cave. Let's see if we got any today. We don't. We only have the one named axolotl that is still swimming around. She has no friends today. But perhaps sometimes I come, there are like 5 of them. Sometimes it's just the named one. But yeah, basically the same vision though, Ox, that I have for this area is what I originally had on the copper side. But then I dug out all this stuff because I just thought it would be better served over here to do a big area. The natural flow of my base was taking me in this direction, ultimately. And so that's how we ended up here. Doing what we're doing. So, now we're going to dig this staircase for now. We'll probably carve to about there. Then we'll start digging. It's going to be a little weird to fix up later, but we'll do it. So I'm going to use the beacon. It's kind of my ideal curve point, but see, we're going to fall into stuff. This is an odd area to be working in. It's all kind of full of holes. This is what happens, I think, when you get the thin veneer of I fixed this area a little bit. So they're just like tunnels and random junk kind of around. Far from the beacon, or we? I guess we'll see it down here. I guess I don't even know if going around the beacon is a viable idea. The problem being is the beacon is in so far, it might sink us below where I actually want it to go. Hey Vex! How are you doing? Good, I hope. But back before I got totally off track from it, the very funny adventures of this year at the League of Legends World Finals is that we're finally going to get the telecom war that everybody always wanted, but we never got. Telecom War World Finals, kind of hard to believe. I made the joke to my friend, oh god. Oh god, where are we now? Oh god, we should keep falling further into holes. Why do you specifically like T1 instead of T2? Well, at this point, T1 is the only one that still exists. T2 got disbanded because they were not as good as T1. Quite unfortunate for them. So we want to do a flat. I think we do it right there. But otherwise, I like T1. Basically, yeah, so the telecom war... So the other funny thing is, So, League of Legends, back in the day, Korean League of Legends had two major dominant teams. Well, not, I actually don't even think they were two. I think we had one and then the other one. But the other team is KT Rolster. And you'll probably never guess what the KT in KT Rolster stands for. But, so whenever KT Rolster and T1 fight each other, it is called a telecom war. And telecom wars are quite silly. Is correct. Maintain 2 blocks, 2 blocks. Yeah, it does, okay. But this part's not wide enough. Yeah. Fitting name. But yeah, so if you've been a T1 fan, you've been having a great time, you've been loving life, and you've been enjoying yourself. If you've been a KT Rolster fan, you are a miserable pile of sadness because one of the two teams is significantly better than the other one. And KT Rolster fans, they actually call their team KT Roller Coaster because it's just not, it's ups and downs. They've mostly been downs for a long time. And again, they mostly weren't even supposed to qualify for this World Championship. Nobody thought they'd be here. But they made it. And then they actually got to the finals. They beat the #1 team from Korea, actually, to earn their spot in the final match. It's kind of wild that they're here. And nobody believes it. One of the funniest running jokes about KT fans is anytime their team is kind of looking good, the second that somebody says, "I believe," they immediately lose. So, like, KT fans, if you start to say, "I believe" in front of them, they will stop you. They're like, "No! Shut up! Shut up! Do not believe!" Yeah, I love that the US people have to be fans of Korean teams because we don't have good teams here. We do not. We have teams. They make me varying degrees of sad. Because long ago, I cheered for North American teams. And I wanted us to do good, and I hoped that we would improve at the World Finals, and I was like, okay, but the team, my main team I'm going to cheer for is SKT, because Baker is great. Baker is the player that everybody loves on T1. He's just a likable guy. Okay, actually, we need to go back up 2 levels. We need to fill this in, because we're basically already at the level we need to be at. Baker is just very good, and also incredibly likable. So, he's really, I think, a big part of the reason that T1 has as many fans as it does. We'll see exactly what I do. I kind of want to. The problem being the time that it's at is a menace. Unfortunately, the World Finals this year are in China. which has completely made watching them just painful. They start at like midnight. Yeah, it is funny that we have two Korean teams in China playing each other. There used to be a joke, Ox, that the World Championship was just actually because the Korean League was called OGN, and OGN had spring and summer, and so people would call the World Championship OGN Fall Finals, because for many years the dominant, like, it always would end up as Korea versus Korea for the World Championship, and so it was just their fall finals. Now other teams have been doing well, so it's a lot less like that now, but it's still mostly dominated by Korea. They win more than anybody else does. Not even close. Actually, I want to look this up because I'm kind of curious. How much Korea wins? We're going to go over here to the desktop. Where would we read this? Do we still have one of these? Does it still work? I just want to see overall. It's been a long time since I've looked at this website to try to look at current tournaments. Upcoming events. Interesting. This is a lot of stuff. Whoops. Don't even know if this is still the right wiki page for all this that I want to look at. No, this looks correct. So but I wanted to more see. Okay, so we can see all of them here, actually. It's very funny the way that the naming scheme is gone. Season 1. Yeah, unfiltered internet's pretty bad. I have set up this this Edge instance just to look at stuff on stream, but if we just drag over a Firefox tab because it's quite insane. And just look at it this way. Because that is quite noisy. I'll have to get a ad blocker set up on that Edge. But anyway, these are all the years so far, and a couple extra ones. I don't know why we have tabs. I guess maybe because we've already announced the locations for these, so we've created tabs for them. But Season 1, the overall winner was a European team. Will be the only time Europe ever wins Worlds. Very tragic for them. We've never won, so extra tragic for us. I guess at least they won one time. Season 2 was the first season I started watching. I saw these games live. The Taipei Assassins won. This is the first year that Korea participated, and they made it to second place. And the third year, this was the one I finally got to go to this one in person, and it was SK Telecom T1 versus Royal Club, which Royal was a Chinese team. And this was an incredibly short finale. T1 won that. Every game was shorter than the previous game. 2014, Korean team versus Chinese team. 2015, Korea versus Korea. 2016, Korea versus Korea. 2017, Korea versus Korea. 2018, China versus Europe, actually. That was a random year. 19 was another China versus Europe. And then we're going to start to see a trend here. 2020 again, Korea, China. 21, China and Korea. 22, Korea, Korea. 23, Korea, China. 24, Korea, China. 25 is Korea, Korea. Yeah, 2017 had Samsung Galaxy as a team. I actually think that they'd been here, so they were in 15 too. Let's see when the first time Samsung shows up. I think they... But Samsung actually has had a League of Legends team. See, Samsung Blue and Samsung White in 2014. So, and Samsung Ozone was in 2013, or in, yeah, it would have been 2013. So Samsung was actually just here basically from the beginning of Korean League of Legends. Samsung has been sponsoring teams. And this was the year that they were the best because they got both of their teams, Samsung White and Samsung Blue, were in the top 3, basically. But yeah, the weird thing going, the funny thing going on with the early seasons is that China was basically like a one-team region for a while until around 2016, I want to say. 2015 or 2016, actually, was the year that Samsung won. Samsung White, this year that they won, saw what was called the Korean Exodus, and a bunch of the Korean pro players got bought out by China and went to play in China. And so then you notice that after that, China gets really good for a little while. And then the Korean homegrown talent kind of like gets better and rises back up to replace the pros that had left. And then they just start winning again. So there's this middle period where China was doing pretty well, Korea wasn't doing nearly as well. And it was because all the really top tier talent left from Korea to go play in China. And then eventually it's just we're back to this point where 2 Korean teams playing for the top, it is not close. So, very funny. I want to see, I might figure out exactly what I'll do. I don't know if I'm going to try to join and just stream, or if I'm going to just do a watch party for people who are vaguely interested. Might just be me and Vex hanging out, watching those games. We'll see exactly. But I'm excited. Somehow my team has yet again made it. I have a very funny image that I've been posting about it. Let's see if I can open this. Wait. I guess I can just save this to my computer. And go over here. We'll go back to the desktop in a second. Pictures. I have been posting this thing with my friend who plays League because it cracks me up. Every time that I'm like, my team's going to make it to the finals. It is 1% chance, 99% faith. But we've done it again. Analysts well and truly are constantly like they can't keep getting away with it. And somehow we keep getting away with it. We actually, looks like T1 might get the first, what is called the three-peat, because they have won the last 2 years in a row. No team has ever won 3 years in a row. And they might do it. And comically, the last team that was almost going to get the three-peat but failed was T1. So we're back. We're trying a second time to get 3 in a row. And I kind of hope, I'm cheering for it. I hope it happens. I won't be very upset if it doesn't, because the script is really good this year already. Because either T1 wins and gets the three-peat, or KT Rolster has the miracle run to stop the three-peat, and either script is very good. So I will not be mad about either thing happening. I think they're both great. That is one of the perennial League of Legends jokes. We like to joke that the World Championship is scripted. And that's just because there are certain things that, like, always happen at the World Championship. One of them being T1 is good again somehow, despite having been bad, and the analysts are all like, this is the year, guys. T1's the weakest they've ever been. They don't think they're going to make it. And then they make it anyway. And so the joke is always that the script writers got lazy. Cool, we have our landing here. Now we ponder, do we want to make it continue down? I think the answer is yes. I think we do need a way to reach this lower area. So let's kind of do a little bit of block counting here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Do I like that number? Let's dig out these two, at the very least. And cobweb in the floor here. Okay, so if we do that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we want to do 5 more on this side? Will that look good? So now we're just messing around and kind of trying to... Here's a part that I guess is not like the most ideal stream content, is me trying to envision in my mind what this looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a good number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dig down the next level. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, did I count this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, Did count that one. So that would mean I shouldn't have done that. Right, I need to raise that up to this level. Terraforming, what a fun time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which I actually do enjoy terraforming. I do think it's genuinely fun. But I also unclear how exciting of content it is. Alright, well, we're basically almost to where we want to go. We're getting somewhere, which is good, but we are getting there slowly. Nope, that wasn't the right one. Oh god. Well, I think we can actually get there faster from down here. I think. Because this will allow us to do some slightly funky things. Funky fresh. That. Reach that. Nope, apparently I cannot. And now. Oh god, we're doing it. Yay, we're here. Let's clean up these weird little pillars. You guys shouldn't be there. Nice. Alright, so now we go back out. We're gonna take a look at the overall shape of what we've created. I think that looks good. I actually like it. Either that, or we do another step in and come out. Could also do that. Yeah, it might actually look better. So this is cutting forward in a way that it's probably not great. Let's actually brick this back up. So I think that the right answer is to actually go in and across farther inside the wall. So we'll do it. We'll do another corner, I think. Some symmetry for all of my symmetry enjoyers. I know that that's a lot of people. I'm occasionally a symmetry antagonizer. So that would mean we need to do basically like 3, 1, 2, 3. This is going to be interesting. Because I think we're going to dig. Just try it. Let's go here. So that'll be those 4. That'll be our path down. Not the string. Oh god, the string. Oh, we've hit another mine. Sad this area is riddled with mines. A little bit annoying. Okay. Here I gotta keep track a little bit when we're gonna be on the correct Y level we want to be on. I think we want to exit onto this Y level, which is Y12. So what are we at right now? Y19. Okay. So I think we can do a landing here. Because we have so many searches. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this Y level is Y23. Is that right? Yes, 23. So 23 minus 7. It's on what Y level's 16. We need to get down to 12. Oh god, we saw we have 11 levels. We need to go down 5. 1. So we need to go 18 is the middle point level. No, 17 is the middle point level. Okay. Okay, look, that is actually the one I was on. Sometimes it just works out. It's show on the road. It's very funny when you accidentally like do a thing in the like aesthetically correct way, but that's also the mathematically correct way. And you're just like, good job, subconscious pattern recognition brain, for doing math, I guess. Without me actively thinking about doing the math. But the math checks out. This should be correct. Find out in a second if the math is mathing. Math. Okay, we're down to 13. We go one more. Should put us on the correct level. 12 it is. Now we will dig the 4x4 space. And I think we'll just dig straight ahead. And we are out here. And I think that looks good. We're about where we want to be. And we'll dig this out. Yeah, ever slightly chaotic building. It's kind of what I've always done here in my base. Still a little chaos. I don't really intend to have one of those, like, exceptionally well manicured base designs. It's just not quite for me. Like, just moving forward, making progress a little too much. That's how you end up with a base like mine, where it's kind of all in one theme, but not quite. like obviously designed in a meaningful way. So let's take out this not staircase. We decided not to do that. Yeah, I think there is a place for fully designed bases, but I like that this one is living. Yeah. I agree. I like looking at, like, the crazy, elaborate, well planned out, air quote, mega bases, but I don't think I really like the term mega base. Because it implies some things that I don't super care for about bases. So I think I like that just they're all bases. And I feel like Mega Base is trying to distinguish, like, A, it's implying that there's something about the size and scope of bases that sets them apart, but B, I feel like people use it in place of, like, the really elaborate, well-designed bases. I think they use it more to imply that than they do just big base. So, like, I don't think I would ever describe my base as a mega base. It is just my base. It just happens to be large and sort of elaborate. And none of it was, again, particularly planned out. It was just as I felt inspired to work on stuff or what I did. That's why you see weird choices. This floor is entirely to stop spawning things. But this floor out here is less so, because this floor here predates the mob switch. And I thought I was going to have to do a lot more work to stop mobs from spawning in big areas. But that's why, like, this stuff is not well centered. The circle is not particularly circle, because this was my first attempt to make a circle. And it's funny things like that that are just weird about my base, because it's just what I was working on at the time, and it shows a lot of my personal progression from even the semicircle of this base, the rounding here, compared to the rounding over here. It's just not as good. I just didn't do a great job when I was rounding this. And I've like contemplated fixing it, but I just never did, because I was like, no, it is just the way that I built it. Fun to look at and to remember this is where we started. It's a lot of why I've never updated the designs of, like, the greenhouse walls. I could surely make something cooler and more elaborate and interesting, and to do something different than these hanging chain lights that go around it. But it's going to stay the way that it is for the most part. And I've just worked in things like the door that Ox put in, or my way of hiding the elevators here. Also the feed lines for the melon crafters, or the shulker loaders. They're hidden inside the pillars here. That used to be a solid block. They all look like this. But it's just me, like, retrofitting the thing without making additional changes to the design. This, my kind of first attempt here, at incorporating the shape of the natural landscape into the building and leaving some of the natural stone coming through. If I ever do anything here, I think I may change that to dripstone because it's interesting looking. But I might just leave it the way that it is. It is the original stone. It's the first attempt at doing this. This one's days are numbered though. This one is definitely getting turned into dripstone. But I have no attachment to that thing. So just interesting stuff like that. I think it's fun. I try not to tear out anything and simply build new and interesting things around it. Here I might actually have to tear something out because this rail I don't think is successfully doing what I want it to be doing. And also I need to extend it to this corner. And so because I'm going to build more of it and I don't really like what it's doing, I think I will work on that. I will replace it. I guess I haven't looked actually in all of our, because I might do this, honestly. Were there going to be copper bars in the new copper update stuff? If there were going to be copper bars, I might just change to copper bars rather than these. Those would be cool if they exist. I know there's a ton of copper stuff in there that I've just not looked through all the copper stuff. I tend to try... I mostly want to look at the stuff when we get to it. And I don't sit there kind of poring over the updates. So now we're going to design a more legitimate way to get into this house that's going to theoretically be here. This is a little wacky. Only a little bit wacky goofy. I think that's all just going to be, I'm going to pull out these, and we're actually going to put them back, but we're going to put them centered and on the correct level, I think is what I'm going to do. Shouldn't have done that from that side. We're going to have to go down to collect these anyway. Picking stuff up. Try not to lose these, even though they're like the world's least important block ever. I want to be able to one day say that I used up all the netherrack, but actually have used it, and not simply let the netherrack despawn. I will sometimes just let stone despawn. It's only so many times I can fly down here to pick up stone that's fallen into the work zone before I'm like, alright, I don't care about you. I have so much stone. So we're going to center it. How wide is this platform? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, center will be at the 5th one. 2, 3, 4. Correct. That looks correct. And then we'll just bridge our way across. Whee! We're bridging. Do. Oh no, that's not right. Rats. That's good enough. And we'll open up a door here. Friend. Ooh. Going to drink some more water. I hope you are all remembering to drink water. water being good for you. Some of you are fish, some of you are dependent on water. I know it's quite easy to forget to drink water. Hence why I think most people have hydrate commands and things like that. Yeah, I agree. I love ice water. I am basically a water-only drinker. I don't really, like, any restaurant I go to, anything like that, I only drink water. At home, I pretty much only drink water. I am unexciting like that. So, I will make jokes about not drinking water and that you should dehydrate. But, in general, I'm drinking a lot of water at the very least. That is not a problem for me. It's just funny. I agree. Do you really like the Minecraft music? Alright, I'm liking the vision. I'm seeing the vision. Do you think what's interesting is this area down here is gonna go away? Because I have not liked, much as I'm liking the vision, here's something I've never liked. This is natural generation, but I hate it. And it looks so regular in a way that I'm like, what a strange way that this generated. But we're gonna have to rip most of this up for the coming projects, so... It is a little funny when Minecraft generates terrain that really looks like somebody dug it. Yeah, we are no strangers, so this is how it generated, and I hate it. Yeah, it's quite funny. So I think mostly from this height here, we're going to tear into this area. And just get rid of it. And how far over on this side are we going? We're going pretty far, actually. I think we're going to open it all the way to the cave here. So we're basically going to pull everything from this down. And the weird thing was, it was like a thin veneer shell with water inside. Which is quite strange. Minecraft. I don't know. There's a lot of times where I think Minecraft generates a lot of really cool looking stuff in general. And sometimes it generates like utter insane noise. And I'm just like, how interesting that you can do both. I know I've talked about this with Ox before, about how pre-scripted Minecraft generation should be. There's some degree to which generating like too much obviously hand sculpted designed terrain is kind of gonna create like interesting looking areas, but it's also gonna create a much more homogeneous game. Look at you getting auto-modded. Thank you, Ox. Let's go, auto-mod. Hooray. Automod, sometimes doing its job, sometimes not doing its job. Yeah. Pretty good. Ox with the powers. Only one person here can shill cheap viewers. I would like to see, frankly, how you would even attempt to shill cheap viewers. Whee! Oh, fallen again. For those of you who do not know, Ox is quite clever and very funny. So I would be very entertained to see the Ox cheap viewer message. I am not challenging you to make one, but I would be very entertained. We are gonna keep digging out this area. And then we'll probably come back in and re-sculpt the terrain once I kind of get it cleaned out. And I can see just how bizarrely unnatural what I've dug out looks. So that's kind of what I have to do first, is clear space, kind of get a feel for what I've done, and then come back in and kind of repair or balance it. Let's see, cheap viewers on homeofthemadduck.com, as long as you don't mind them viewing from top down. Excellent. We love that. I've heard that our map updates much quicker now, which is quite cool. I have not gotten to use this in a meaningful way, if only because I mostly use it to find people, or when I'm not on and I'm showing something on the map or things like that, but I don't quite use it when I'm playing, aside from the very specifically the use case of trying to find somebody, which I suppose is easier now with the little the radar thingy. I have not really ever used. Hardly notice it's there, frankly. Most of the time, when I'm on Realm of the Mad Duck, if somebody else is on, I'm usually doing something already. Okay, finding people sucks surprisingly more than you'd think, with it only updating every 5 seconds, so I changed it back to 1 second. Gotcha! Okay, well, I'll have to take a look and see how that looks. I know that the funny use case I use it for is when I'm on my own exploring. I have definitely used it to make sure I'm flying in the correct direction. And so you take off and you start to fly a little bit, and then the map updates that you're going the wrong direction, and then you're like, oh, okay, I turn around now. And so, in theory, it updating faster will help me not fly in the incorrect direction for a second. Which I guess is nice. It's just a little funny. This is mostly when I go on my random exploring adventures to parts unknown of the server. Because most of what I travel around, I just memorize where everything is. I rarely have to look at the map to get to any of the regular places I go to. I've just been there so much. For the longest time, the only place that I really... And see, it's because I didn't go here enough. Was, I struggled to find Joe's base, actually, for quite a while. because I'd been there and I'd seen it on tours, but I didn't like truly conceptualize where it was and where the tunnel was. So I struggled to find it for a while, which was a little funny. Of all the things to be unable to find, it is one of the largest bases. Because as Ox said, wondering about footprint-wise between our two bases, which one, how they compare to each other. And I think it's interesting. I pondered that on occasion, but it's harder to compare just because my base is underground. So I don't have a good grasp truly of how big it is. I don't actually really know how big it is in comparison to its large neighboring feature, the copper farm. I don't know if I'm bigger than the copper farm or not. And like, I don't know to what extent you call something part of my base. 'Cause is it like caves that I've lit up, or places I've actively built stuff? I think in some sense you're winning either way because you earned all of your footprint. Do you mean that in comparison to the copper farm specifically, or your base? Because I can see how you haven't earned your footprint. Unless I'm not understanding how you're applying this term. There's a single floating block there. Found a single floating chain earlier today that had been there probably for months. Okay, your base. Then I'm not sure what you mean. Earn all the footprint. I think this looks much better now, actually. I think we're getting somewhere. Oh, unless you mean that I earn all my footprint because I have to dig it out every time I do anything. If that's what you mean, then I think that's funny. Like most of your footprint you had to dig out. Mine, I could just plop down some trees and something, and now it's part of my base. I got you, I got you. I understand. I got there eventually. Sometimes brain working. Sometimes I'm actually just genuinely hungry, which is surprisingly this time, right now. I might go grab a small snack. I don't really know what I have, though, which is kind of unfortunate. What is our next most common stone? It's probably going to be granite. It's almost always granite. Annoying. I want to order pizza, but I want to make pizza later this week. Yeah. At this point, what would you order? Would it just be Domino's? Because yeah, obviously I would not just order Domino's. I think Domino's is aggressively fine, but it's not like some miracle godsend amazing pizza. And anything you make is going to be much better. So do you have anything you're planning to eat otherwise, though? Got any fallback food options? I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, okay, technically Prime is still open, I think, but unclear whether I can get it before they close. I think they close at... I'm assuming by this that they probably close at 9. But I know that they have to stop taking orders sometime before they close. So... Prime is very good. Some chicken tenders and tater tots. Sounds delicious. I think my options are like in the grilled cheese direction. Because I would have to go get something or make some oatmeal. Do you have any new and exciting pizza making plans though, Ox? I'm kind of curious. Or just anything new to try in your quest to make superior pizza? For those of you who do not know, Ox and I both make pizza from scratch. I think my pizza is very good. Ox's pizza is genuinely contest winning. It is also very, very good. Oh, and you had mentioned wanting to try the whole wheat. I will be very curious how that turns out. I would love to see that. Was there something that inspired you to want to try to do the whole wheat? Or was that something you saw somewhere? Oh god. Or just an idea that crossed your mind and you were like, I wonder what this would be like. Okay, yeah, genuine experimenting generally with whole grains. It's fun. I am a whole grain enjoyer. I think they're very good. So I think with everything, we'll take everything from the dirt level off. The dirt level. And we'll cut from there. I might do half and half for pizza to try to get the texture closer to correct, or to right. Gotcha. And then otherwise, like toppings and all that, just the regular stuff. Or do you have a vision for like pizza that will match with whole wheat? Have there been any other recipes or things that you've tried specifically with whole wheat now? Like I said. Oh, okay, pancakes are really the only one. I like whole wheat a lot. I generally like buy wheat bread, whole wheat bread and all that stuff. I don't like, mostly don't eat white bread. I didn't grow up eating white bread either. My family has always just mostly eaten whole wheat. So I just got used to that, and I kept doing that to my adult life. But the pancakes are really the only one, but they're good. That's good. I will actually be right back. Bring back our favorite little buddy, the wall chicken. So I will be right back really quick. Take care of the chicken. Or I guess be taken care of by the chicken. Alright, I'm back. I have retrieved a snack as well, which is one of these leftover Halloween Rice Krispie treats. We have ended up with a few of these. My aunt's friend came over and they sat outside giving candy to the children, and she brought like a ton of these Rice Krispie treats. Couldn't get rid of them all, and now we have some Rice Krispie treats. So I'm gonna snack on one of those. But as I was walking back into the room and looking at the wall chicken, I was pondering the orb of what music would suit the wall chicken. I think is kind of funny to consider. I'm not really sure. I'm a little curious to you guys who are here. What vibe do you assign the wall chicken? Because it's like it stares directly at you, which my brain reads as mildly threatening in some way. Munching on this Rice Krispie treat, so I figured I'd spare you from the quite crunchy Rice Krispie treat ASMR. I don't think anyone would enjoy that. It is. I have not had a Rice Krispie treat in probably a long time. I just don't even remember the last time I had a Rice Krispie treat. But I see sparkle or whatever kind of music chickens like, which might be gentle bossa nova. I don't really know. I don't think I've ever interacted with chickens. I don't know if any of you have. I've truly not ever IRL interacted with a chicken, so I don't really know what their vibe is like. Okay, Sparkle, you have interacted with multiple chickens. Do they have good vibes, though? You say they're little dinosaurs. Do they have good vibes? Oof, alright, I'm back. They're kind of curious little guys. That's cool. I'm glad that they have good vibes. Like I said, it's hard to imagine. I have, for the large part of my life, lived in the greater Los Angeles area. And as such, it's all urban. I think pretty much all urban, all over. We do not have an abundance of chickens. At least not where I live. I think you are allowed to have chickens. But I do not personally know anybody who does have chickens. So we're really going to have to do some work here. This is going to have to be smoothed out a lot more because I need this to round much closer to the actual staircase we've built than it currently was. So we're going to dig a little in. We're going to do some work. I think I need the rounding about in that area. I dug one too deep. I'll go ahead and put that back in. Go here. Then I gotta knock these off. Like that. Take that one. Then we kind of step back and see what this looks like. Better. Not quite right, but better. It's the corner that's the problem now. Still looks a little funky, but closer to what I wanted. Now we can just tear out this area. So, that one back. And ultimately, I think put those ones back. That. And that looks better. Oh, but I've left some floating blocks again. That happens more than I would like it to in the underground base. Where you tear something down and you're just like, what? Why is that still there? Cool. I like how that's coming out. I don't know why that block was there. Let's all of our stone in here. Most of the rest of our junk in here. And then our granite over there. We've picked up quite a lot of torches, actually. As we kind of clear out area, we're freeing up old torches that have long been placed in these areas. And then the new ones from where we were clearing out this water. No, I don't think I did. But I did try to make brown rice fried rice that time I made dry rice pudding. Oh, do you think it was the brown rice that caused it to come out really dry? Like, did it absorb more water? Out of, like, more moisture out of everything? No, it was fine? Okay. Artemis called it dry rice pudding. Okay. And it was surprisingly better than you thought it would be. That's good, though. You always love to hear that, like, a risk you took paid off. Oh, I've tried this thing, and it came out great. As opposed to all the times you're like, I tried this thing. It's bad, unfortunately. Womp womp. That happens to me in baking adventures all the time, where you're just like, I've tried a new thing. It's not great. I made a lot of not great cookies in my attempt to make good cookies. I continue to make what I think are not great chocolate chip cookies in an attempt to make better chocolate chip cookies. But I have really not been happy with any of them. I think that I might be running into some failings of chocolate chip cookies in general. Some of it was that last recipe I tried, but a lot of the rest of it I think is really turning into just chocolate chip cookies do not have an interesting. I'm wanting them to have a more interesting, complex flavor pattern than basically any recipe chocolate chip cookies I'm finding has. I think that's just people are looking for the like turbo sweet thing that chocolate chip cookie recipes are making, and I just happen to not want that thing. And that is not like the recipe's fault that I want a weird thing. But I guess my brain just really would like more contrast between the cookie and the chocolate. I would like the cookie to have a more interesting taste, and most chocolate chip recipes are just churning out the most like, what's the cookie taste like? Well, it's sweet. And that we did it, mission accomplished. It was only ever meant to be sweet. Yeah, this last recipe was dark brown sugar. Where did these stones go? Oh, whoops. Just turning them off. They did end up all the way at the bottom. I follow a YouTuber who wants to try making chocolate chip cookies with a little soy sauce in them. No idea if that'd be good. I mean, I would try that. Sounds interesting. Might be the direction that I want to go with things, is to just, again, add some contrasting flavor. Something that makes the cookie a little less sweet than the actual chocolate that's in the cookie. Obviously, there is a place for, like, incredibly sweet dessert. But most of the time, it's not exactly what I want. I think this is often my ultimate issue with ice cream, is that a lot of ice cream is just, it's mono flavor. And you're just like, cool, what, I've gotten my one sweet flavor, and now I've got a lot of it. Okay, curious. A, that this was truly just a one pocket of water. Go to Salt and Straw. I hate that place, but you might like it. Interesting. Well, my primary guess here is going to be that the salt part of this name is what you hate. There's a weird little pocket of lava down here. You, known salt not enjoyer. Okay. It's just weird ice cream flavors. Got it. Wait, what? I love salt. But you are the one that are like, cookies were too salty. I guess I'm specifically thinking of the dessert situation where you're just like, dessert too salty, did not like. Yeah, specifically the cookies. For some reason, they always have like one unexpectedly salty bite. That's funny. Okay, so would it make it better if the cookies were consistently salty? Would that be worse? Okay, let's go look at this website. We're gonna go to the desktop. We're gonna click a link. Surely that can't go wrong. Why is there a knife? No, go back. How dare you change on me? Can I tab back? Send me back. This is, what are we doing? I hate this. I hate this a lot. This implies to me that this is somehow going to be turkey flavored. Okay, anyway, I like lemon poppy seed muffins with a little kosher salt, and they're amazing. Yeah, we're gonna find out what exactly is happening here. So the Thanksgiving series. Oh god. Turkey stuffing and cranberry sauce. That's what's happening there. Herbed brioche bread pudding with turkey sausage stirred into a salt and pepper ice cream and streaked with tart cranberry jam. Yeah, it's ice cream. Sparkle. Okay, so who here would try this? I would be incredibly unhappy. It's this turkey sausage bit. The turkey sausage stirred into a salt and pepper ice cream. A lot of that part sounds bad. Bread pudding, good. Tart cranberry jam, good. Middle, bad. I dip into that pumpkin pie tiramisu. Yeah, let's look at that. Pumpkin pie coffee ice cream, ribboned with tiramisu cake swirl and finished with chocolate. Ooh, what a word. Stracciatella? I don't even know what that is. What is that? Oh god, it's cheese. Okay, stracciatella. I got you, I got you. Maybe be more Italian. A creamy Italian cheese. Okay, okay. We got our cranberry orange sorbet. Oh, okay. I did not notice that it is not always cheese. Can also be a gelato flavor. Maple kogi nut squash with pomegranate. Maple sage ice cream infused with roasted kogi nut squash, rippled with pomegranate jelly, and finished with buttery cracker hazelnut crumble. I do not want that one. They usually use those in desserts, and that's a different thing, or soup. Parker House rolls with salted buttercream. Everyone's favorite starter, the bread basket folded into sweet and salty buttercream. Parker House rolls. Is that like a... We're going back to Google. Parker House roll? Is this a roll that I'm... Okay. It's like the world's most basic roll. Got it. What a weird time. Let's go to all flavors. I am a soup hater. Do not love soup. Pumpkin pie tiramisu. Arbequina olive oil. Okay. Chocolate gooey brownie. Cool. Cinnamon snickerdoodle. It's probably good. Coffee and love nuts. Sure. Not the biggest coffee person, so I probably wouldn't be mad, but hate nuts. I too hate nuts. Oh wait, as a food, they're fine. Devil fold vanilla, silly vanilla beans, freckled mint chocolate chip, coconut freckled with organic dark chocolate. Okay. Hazel cookies and cream. Hazelnut. I'm also not a big hazelnut person. Honey lavender, I'm really not a lavender person. Actually, lavender, real not great in food. This is evoking too much soap for me. Pearl and blue cheese. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever actually tried blue cheese, so unclear what I think of that. Salted malted cookie chocolate chip cookie dough. Oh, pear and blue cheese. Got it. I see that. I don't know that that helps. The blue cheese being the thing. Sea salt with caramel ribbons. Sure. Caramel's good. Strawberry and coconut water sherbet. Strawberry honey balsamic with black pepper. This sounds miserable. I don't like balsamic. Okay, I tried the salted malted chocolate chip cookie dough because I love chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream, but I couldn't even finish it. What was the problem? Was it the salt? The salty donut guava and cheese. That sounds bad. Panther coffee chocolate tres leches. Interesting. Full-body espresso ice cream mixed with coconut-infused añejo rum tres leches cake. I'm not a big coconut person either. Finding many things that I'm not about on these lists. Yeah. I don't think I particularly want something other than sweet in my ice cream. I think more what I was saying about ice cream in particular was that my brain doesn't like mono flavor thing, so it likes like ice cream with stuff in it. That's better. We're making improvements. So over the weekend, I went to a place that I got a soft serve ice cream with taro, red beans, and cornflakes in it. And so between all three of those things, it was incredibly good, but it had a lot of different like tastes and texture going on, and I really liked that. But you added like 3 things to the ice cream to get me to a point where I was like, I really, really enjoyed that. I was incredibly happy with what I got. But a lot of these, like the salty and savory flavors, I'm really not about that. There are some truly interesting things. Is this like, does this have a place that I can like go to get this? Okay, yeah. There are a couple places. There's mostly in Los Angeles itself. How interesting. Oh, whoops. Well, we've learned. Yeah, what's a love nut? I questioned that. I think it was just assorted nuts, though. Let's go back. Let's go back. Yeah. Studded with pecans caramelized in Tahitian vanilla, sprinkled with sea salt, and coated in 14 layers of chocolate. So it's chocolate-coated nuts. But yeah, there are quite a few. At least once in Pasadena. No notes. Excellent sentence. But yeah, I don't think I will be going here. Let's see if I can remember the name of the other place that I went to. Do. Well, and look at that, maybe. I don't know what's on there. Okay, so we're gonna go over in here. We're gonna go back to Google. You guys have a website. This is the place that I went to over the weekend. Yeah, I agree with this sentiment, Ox. The great thing about Pasadena is that all the good LA chains have a Pasadena location, but you're also east of LA, so the good San Gabriel Valley food is also easy to get. It is quite nice. 10 out of 10. And Sparkle says, I'm kind of way into their coffee ice creams. It does sound interesting. See, I got this thing. Yeah, sweet red bean, fresh taro paste, ice cream, and cornflakes for some crunch. And I really enjoyed that. That was quite good. Don't know. Artemis got this s'more thing. I want that black ice cream, but it probably has activated charcoal, which I can't have. I would assume this is how we got to this color. Yep. Sweet, delicious flavored, varies in different store, charcoal ice cream topped with pop rocks with Pocky sticks. Interesting. The pop rocks. About the gold guy. I've never wanted the plate, like the gold flake nonsense. It's quite silly. Magic lamp, what do you got? Dried strawberry flakes on a soft serve with a charcoal cone. Interesting. Oh, these are all gonna have charcoal in the cone. Not the cotton candy guy. If your ice cream starts to melt, does your cotton candy go away? Surely it does, right? I love these dumb little egg puff waffle guys. These are pretty good. Then we start to get into like the ice creamy drinks. But yeah, so I tried this place. It was very good. I would recommend it. What's in this one? Fresh strawberries, strawberry sprinkles, soft serve. Strawberry. Yeah, some of these are the boba, the brown sugar boba. Very fun. But yeah, we've ice cream detoured for quite a while. Let's make one more detail or detour because I'm kind of amused. I do kind of want to see Sparkle. Do you like chocolate? What are your chocolate thoughts? Because there's this chocolate place that I think is very fun. And we can get some pretty interesting chocolate. Like this one. It's got donuts and coffee. The donut and coffee bar. No, thank you. Yeah, our best-selling milk chocolate, donuts and coffee chocolate bar features donuts from the best Los Angeles donut shops. We break the donuts up and mix them into the most creamy, delicious milk chocolate you will ever taste, add in coffee grounds from some of LA's best coffee shops, and you've got yourself a winner. And it's just like, what a silly time. They make a lot of silly stuff here that I think is quite good. I don't really know. Unclear. Probably, eventually. Chocolate brownies, caramelized popcorn, pink elephants. Oh god, those little cookie guys. Matcha. This one's got potatoes. That's a weird one. Potato chip crisp chocolate bar. Kind of not about that. Salted pistachio, but yeah. I've gotten chocolate here one time. It was some of the best chocolate I've ever had. We've brought lavender back, the curse. But as you can see, they're kind of expensive, so this is why I've not gone back. I did like it the time I got it. It was like $10 for a bar. What a fun time. We have a lot of incredibly goofy things here in the Los Angeles area. We're having fun. One of the benefits of being out here is we basically have everything. We have drawbacks, many drawbacks of being out here, but the benefit really is you want it, you probably get it. Let's deal with this lava. We can find it. There it is. How much gravel did I get right there? Probably enough. This should be a good amount of gravel. This is like a very small lava pool. Whoops. So I don't want to run into this later. I'm not gonna want lava on this level, basically, no matter what. If I'm okay with lava elsewhere, it's not gonna be here. There we go. Put a torch, and we'll get back out of here for now. This is a problem for the future, not a problem for this moment. But yeah, I think I'm happy with the progress we've made here. I think it is time for the League of Legends portion of this stream. But I'm kind of envisioning doing some good, like, dripstone in this area, doing some structural support stuff to mount this platform, these platforms, kind of in an angled way. I might do, like, a big support column in this area here. Depends on kind of what I decide to do with this house. I want to go another kind of wide tiered house here, but I want to go much more rectangular than either of my other two houses. I'm thinking of trying to build a house in this area around a cool, like, central dripstone feature in the center. We'll see what I do exactly. I might do a water feature as well, because we have water above us. It could be kind of cool. Plotting, scheming. And then I probably want to do some kind of beefed up pillar here. Some major structural support pillar here that'll cleave through and also show in this level and on the ground level. But one kind of big colossal support there. Breaking player plans rectangular house in rectangle game. Yeah, I know, how original of me. But I don't really have a rectangle house. I have the Hell House, which is actually distinctly, I feel, not rectangular. This room is square. And the other one, I don't know that I would call this house rectangular either. This one is... Yep, you're right. My first house was rectangular. Boom. Roasted. You got me. I have already built a rectangular house. I guess I'm going to have to throw out this concept. Just go back to the drawing board, because it's a fail. It's no good. It's already been done. I gotta come up with like a new house shape that has never been done before. We'll see, though. But those are kind of generally my plans. I think I also might finally schematic these ores and then remove them. We'll see. Because again, I like the idea of the installation that's a bunch of hanging ores, but I just don't like exactly where they are. I do want to build a tower in this area. They're going to collide with that. I'd like to put them in a big, like, open room, a hyperbola house. I'm going to start my clickbait video. Welcome to my house, guys. I've schemed it after the Mandelbrot set. That was my my layout for my floor plan. Yeah, so I think that is good. Mobius strip. I think it's good for today. We're gonna pivot on back to the desktop really quick to watch the adventures of Eve tries to open League of Legends. We'll see how long it takes League of Legends to change or to actually launch. In the meantime, go update my category. Well, actually, category correct now. Thank you for fixing it earlier, Fox. Why did the chicken cross the Mobius strip to get to the same side? Computer torture. The League of Legends has actually launched rather quickly. Get back to my OBS so we can go over here. Ooh, I see you. Automod doing good work down there. As our music person, Ox, what do you think of this League of Legends song? This is a riff on a very old League of Legends song that I do really like. And I think is very good. For this version, they really slowed it down, actually. Silly League of Legends. Oh god, this is incredibly loud. I gotta mess with all my volumes because the new headset is... I actually think it's just because the new DAC reset everything to full volume. It has not always on the first try. I think on the first streamer 2, it took me like 2 or 3 clicks to get it to launch. So it has indeed failed us on one occasion. But I think it has mostly loaded correctly. But if I give it credit, it might get complacent and decide. Sorry, I was rotating my chicken. I think it was when I played with Vex, which might have been the second stream. I just was having trouble getting League of Legends to open. But we are going to go ahead and queue up. I have updated some of my profile stuff, so I have a new title after the Abyssal one. And I now have the one for my character, which I discovered you get for having above a mastery level of 10. I possibly will. Do you have an obvious rate suggestion? So obviously I have not looked yet. We're gonna League of Legends first. If we manage an under 15-minute game, I will probably play 2. Okay, Casual Carrot MC, if he's still live after League. Sounds good. Who is Casual Carrot MC? I feel like I've heard the name somewhere. Yeah, hell yeah, I love watching League, specifically on this stream. That really sounds familiar. Casual Carrot MC. Why do I feel like I know that? I don't know if this is somebody that I've seen on Acorn stream at some point. Would be the only place that I would think that I would have. We're in a long queue today. We have overshot the estimate. Okay, cool. He's cool. He's one of Griffin's best Twitch friends and a Minecraft streamer. I hung out in his stream once, and he has a build style you might appreciate. Although, it's not yours. Yeah, gotcha. That would be the other place that I didn't think of, where I might have encountered, is in Griffin's stream. I am there a decent amount. Mostly Acorn stream. Wow, we had a really long queue. I'm gonna actually restart the queue. Don't know if that helps, but we're gonna do it. I have some skin shards that I can't do anything with, because I already own this skin. I don't like this one. And as soon as I get 3, we can gamble them into a new one. But while I only have 2, I can't really do anything with them. I have gotten some new skins through the skin gambling. None of them that I really... Oh, actually, no, I got this one. I would use this one. I do play this character. And this is one of the most expensive skins in the game. I got it out of the skin gamble, so... I win. But what is that first skin of the 2? This one here? Let's see. Can I separate them? Oh god! We'll look at it after. That is the one I like the most. Alright, so I got 2 Egyptian-themed characters. I got the bird and the snake lady. I'm gonna pick the snake lady for now. I don't think I'm gonna play the snake lady. Depends on what we roll. We didn't really roll a lot that I'm happy with. But I want to see what my team's playing. We've got ranged physical, support, 2 mages. This is actually an incredibly reasonable composition. He's switched from support to magic. I think I'm going to switch to his old character, because I don't really want to play that one. Better at this one. And we're going to really... So, this is, I think, will be the first time I'm playing a character like this on stream, which is a really, really support champion. I actually have almost no offensive ability. Oh, and can I get a switch to my favorite skin? I'm not going to make it. No, didn't make it. I don't know which skin I am. My favorite skin for this character is he's a weather forecaster, and I find it quite silly. We are actually this is a ranked reward skin for being gold or above. I've been gold or above for quite a long time, so I get a lot of the ranked reward skins. It's an okay one. I'm not mad about it. I would have rather been the weather one, or the one I started on. Both of them are better than this one. But it's cool. It marks me out both. Oh god, that's loud. Okay, this is going to be mild chaos. I'm going to tab, and I don't know how much the client's going to like me doing that to get to the volume mixer. Because I forgot that the in-game client noise is different from the other one. I think it's going to chug while I do this. Oh god, we're doing things and the client doesn't like it. Do not crash on me, client. Okay, cool, we made it. We're doing it. We're getting stuff. We're late to the party, but I'm here. I am not AFK, friends. That was a mess. Should have thought about that beforehand. Oh god, this is an annoying composition. They have two champions who have hook abilities, but I've ironically countered that guy with that play. Oh god, we're dodging, initiate supporting, oh my god. This has been a wild game. Oh, goodbye that guy. No, my teammate! Oh, we're doing something. This has been a ridiculous game. This is going to be a ridiculous game. They have two characters that both have what are called hook abilities. They grab us, they pull us to them. It's bad for us. Quite bad for us. We don't really want to be pulled into their team. In theory, they'll be lacking a lot of damage because of that. In the they have two supports that shouldn't be on the same team with each other, because they both do basically the same thing. And kind of not a good point in doing the same thing twice. Oh god. But I did see some of that message, Ox. This has been an intense game. I haven't had a shot to read. Does it ever allow people on the opposite team to draw the same character? No, it doesn't. As soon as one team rolls a character, the other team can't possibly get the same character. So when you look at all of your characters that you've rolled, you automatically can eliminate those from characters you might be facing in that particular game. Oh god, that almost got me. I had to react incredibly quick to that play and use my flash. Initiate ability dodging. Nice, my team got a good kill right there. This is going to be interesting. I have to save my ultimate. This little lightning rat ninja guy, he has an attack where he's going to fly into us, and he's going to try to use his ultimate and stun us. I have an ultimate that will throw him out, but I basically just have to save my ultimate for his ultimate to specifically counter his ability. It's going to be quite annoying because it basically means I'm going to be playing for a large part of the game without an ultimate. Because I need to save it. The League sound is very quiet. Okay, we'll mess with that after this. I don't know if maybe it changed the capture, because I actually don't see it going. Maybe when I did stuff, it got changed. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. League of Legends. It is League of Legends of X. It is the League of Legends time. But I do see that the League client sound, it doesn't even show anything. See, basically, that's what we're going to be doing. Every time he casts his ultimate, I am going to cast my ultimate to deflect it. And that is all I'm going to be doing all game. Compelling gameplay, I know. Oh god, I've been hit with both hooks in a row. No. I bet we're hearing it through your headphones and mic, since those are open back headphones. I'm not sure, actually, because we'll figure it out afterwards. Are you hearing double audio? Because now I'm looking, I do see it's League client cap that's not doing anything. It is League game cap that says it is doing something. So... not quite sure. I think it might indeed just be that the game is quiet. But I'm not sure. Unfortunately, this time I couldn't. My cooldown is longer than his, apparently, so... one of the other problems, I'll have it for the next time. Actually, I'm going to use it right here to save this guy. And I'm going to slow this one. I need to protect this tower, because they're trying to snipe it out from under us. That's unfortunate. That guy died. This guy's going to pay for it. We're having a time. This is a messy game. Double hook abilities are incredibly annoying to play against. We do a lot more damage than they do, but getting constantly hit with all this crowd control is not a great time. We do a significant amount of damage compared to them. But in like half the fights, a bunch of our players are stuck not moving, so... And they have a guy whose ability, one of his things, revives people. Everything sounds pretty normal to me, other than League sound being a bit quiet. God, this is such a nasty tower defense here. Well, I saved my teammate. The support life. You live and you die for your team. We're going to do our best to try to counter what's happening here. Actually, we're going to go here in the mage items. We're going to build this thing. So this will let me block an ability. And I think that'll be better for us. Hey, we got the first tower in the end. Get wrecked, enemy team. I thought they were going to get it. When you destroy the first tower of the game, you get bonus money. Oh god, no, teammate. Goodbye. Now they're going to kill our tower here. I get the delay for a little bit, but not enough. I have a shield ability, and I'm allowed to play it on the tower, which will help our tower take less damage. That was rough. I tried for flash play right there. Didn't really work out. Someone's calling surrender vote, but I don't know who. Question, does the league's rank... Oh god, they hit that guy. Oh god, combat time. God, we're dodging, we're ducking and diving, but it's a mess. Cool, we did it. Question, how does League rank the ability of a support player? Since the obvious stats like KD might not apply in the same way. The primary rank is based off of win or loss ratio, but it grades the players as well, and it assigns you an S through... I don't know if you could get an F, but it assigns you a letter grade based on how good you do in games as well. And in that regard, it rates you a lot based on how other players playing your role are doing, like the amount that they're helping their teammates or that they're doing different things. We're really hinging on this guy's ability to dodge, which is not existent. He, in fact, could not dodge, and it was bad for us. Dodge better, my friend. Dodge better. See, I got double hooked right there. That sucked. It happens, but... And... we're really getting killed by this guy's ability to revive his dead teammates more than anything else. He's making this difficult. Should be back in time to kill this guy, I think. Maybe not. Bold play, my friend. Yeah, I think we don't win this one. So I'm not anticipating an incredible amount of better play from my teammates. We'll get a few more kills here. No, I guess we won't. They will manage to run away fast enough. But we're not going to see, like, dramatically good enough to turn this game around. Who's got the fire NATO? I throw tornadoes. So maybe you're seeing at least some degree of my ability. And I am throwing, like, actual tornadoes. And I've done it. See, we're just not gonna quite get enough out of these teammates. Some of them are, this guy is really not, these guys are not doing great. I didn't quite look at their score lines, but they're pretty rough. And they're playing characters that I don't think these score lines should be that bad on. Oh god, we're dodging, we're ducking, we're dipping, and we're diving. Oh god, I got hit by that. See, but this guy, he's just not doing it. There he goes, he finally did a little bit of something. It wasn't a good thing, but he did something. Won't be out in time to help this, but they've got that guy, at the very least. Yeah, he's not good. He's not doing good, Vex. The Akali's good. Ollie and Varus are doing good. They might pull the classic where they don't end, so they accidentally let us win. Oh, he missed. That's so sad. It was a good play. But he whiffed. I need to stay really back here because I'm going to get like hit with any chain lightning and just die. Like that guy did. Like all my teammates did. There's no way I could get away from that. Teammates did not play that well. Womp womp. I guess we will sell this for the beginnings of the Dawn Core. We will get back out in time to fight this at the very least. I could not save that guy, unfortunately. Oh, I accidentally hit the portal, which is very unfortunate. Yeah. We just had a couple of not great... It's hard in that situation. When you're like a purely support character, you're hoping that your teammates are at the very least like kind of okay. But this guy was incredibly bad. 4 at 16. This guy was good. This guy was good. This guy was starting to get kills, but his character scales really well. So it was just like, yeah, we worked incredibly hard to try to save that game. And if you have 2 teammates who are doing incredibly bad, kind of incredibly difficult, there's not a lot you can do in those situations. I will try at least one more game. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're actually going to go over here. We're going to go to the training tool. We're going to launch the training tool because I need to be in the in-game so that we can properly hear what it's going to sound like in the game. That's what I want to do. Again.
All the world on one arrow.
We'll do this part. Yeah, because this part sounds fine. The other part, see, that's League Client Cap. So now we're going to go to League Game Audio. But it's a separate... And the League Game Audio only starts once we're actually in the client game, like in the game. So now we're on League Game Audio.
I am cold steel, fueled by the blood of saints and angels. Howdy.
How is this volume? Because this is the part that, in theory...
If I could have a moment of your time, I am looking for this here individual. Anybody Summoner's Rift.
So, if we don't hear much there, I'm going to adjust... So the OBS is capturing the game sounds regardless of my adjustment to what I'm hearing, right? That's how that works. So I would have to adjust the League Game Audio on the client or on the OBS and just up that slider a little bit. Let's go over here. Let's try in the volume mixer. Let's adjust the client audio higher just to see if I've turned it back up to max or to the 100%, and we'll see what you guys hear now. If that made a difference. I need to be able to see what everyone's saying. So it did then, because this was...
Wracked with sin and all the monsters born from it.
Let's try it. Slash joke again.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Have you seen this horse? Anybody? What? If I could have a moment of your time, I am looking for this here individual. Anybody seen him?
I never noticed that that was a drawing of Hecarim. Okay, so it's definitely quiet, but in a way that's normal for streams now. Okay, so what I can do then is I think I should adjust this volume down because it's way too loud for me. So I will put that one to 50, but then we'll go into OBS and we'll bump the League audio up to kind of around the 75% mark. And we'll see, does that do what I want it to do? And tabbing around with the client, it's not a fun time. Getting back to where we want to be. And I will try that again.
Excuse me, ladies and
So
gentlemen.
how does this sound?
Have you seen this horse? Anybody? What?
That sounds good. Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that the capture was tied to what I set the volume thing at. So it's capping it afterwards. Okay, well now that we've got that sorted out, go ahead and jump out of here. And we'll try one more game. Hopefully we'll get... I'm a little curious actually, Ox, how that game sounded on a Eve talking adventure, because that one felt really like I was overwhelmed by the stuff that was happening in game and didn't quite get to talk and explain stuff the way that I normally would like to. And it was just like, oh my god, my team is dying, oh my god. Which will happen on occasion, because that is sometimes just how the games are going. Because, yeah, I figured it wasn't quite as educational for sure. Yeah, sometimes when things are really falling apart like that, you're just like, I'm trying to focus, I'm trying to make the plays I can to save the game. Frankly, I might turn the client down. Client capture looks quite loud. How does that part sound? I've picked this Scarin. He's a melee, damage, physical, kind of tanky. I don't really want to play him, but we don't have a lot of options of things I really love to play. Okay, we have so much physical melee. I don't really want to run a triple melee. Okay, we've switched. These guys are now all ranged, but we're incredibly physical stacked. I'm going to switch to this character. Okay. Yeah, because the client capture, I realized, is at, it's at max. So I have to make some adjustments to my stuff that I'm using, because this character doesn't use mana, and is just a cooldown-based character, and I'm spec'd normally for mana regen, because everybody likes to cast abilities, but that doesn't apply to me on this. I am playing a character named Shyvana. She is a melee champion, kind of dragon-based. So my main ability is I shoot fireballs at stuff. I am a melee, but my main damage comes from my fireball attack. It is ranged. So I can play a weird mix of having to mostly try not to take too much damage. Before I can turn... My ultimate turns me into a dragon, and that's when I do most of my damage. So when I'm not in my ultimate, I'm running around trying to collect gold, to get stronger, to level up, to do better when I'm in my dragon form. For now, I am but like a lady. Goodbye, that guy. He got himself killed, to be fair. He walked too close to them and decided he wanted to get grabbed by using his main ability he could have defended himself with way early. So... Not a D's nuts joke. This is going to be an interesting game. My team has died more than I think they should have, but I scale at least. See, this guy, he's using this big cage ability, but he's using it early and on nothing, which is getting him and us killed in general. Okay, we're doing something here. We're getting there, See, good ability usage turns into we kill a bunch of people. We love that for us. I'm gonna die for that, but I got the kill. Yeah, you do most of your damage as a dragon, yeah. Dragging D's nuts all over the other team. This early stage of the game kind of sucks for me. Again, I don't do a whole lot until I get to level 6. I unlock my ultimate and I can use my turn into a dragon thing. So right now, we're scaling. I'm getting there. I'm actually about to tick over to level 6. Yeah, there are some characters that are really not ultimate reliant, but a lot of people do. It is your ultimate ability. It generally the most important thing in your kit. But I've ticked over to 6. Now I'm waiting for a second for my ultimate to come up. I'm gonna get this. Oh, I got him, but he flashed. I'm gonna try to clear these minions so that I can get another fireball out. Got him. Now we run because that guy's gonna try to catch us. Oh god, he caught me! We'll do that, do that. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of characters who are good pre-6, but I don't play a lot of them. I play a lot of ranged things that tend to be more ultimate dependent than others. In this case, I'm a melee thing that's more ultimate dependent. But, I also tend to play a lot of scaling characters, because I think that almost every game goes too long. People are really bad at closing out games of League of Legends. So if you compensate by building for later game situations, you oftentimes profit because people are so bad at ending the game. You almost always get to the end game. In ranked, this is less true. In ranked, there is a lot more oh god, I've been hit. Oh god. I'm gonna hide in this bush, then I'm gonna try to turn in my ultimate while they're approaching here. They don't know that I've done this yet. Then I just shoot out and kill somebody right out of the gate. The ambush tactic. We're doing something here. I'm going to go kind of a weird build this game because this is they have a very tanky team in a way that is unfun for me. So we're going to do a little bit of not conventional building.
I smell fear.
Because I'm going to spend a lot of time fighting that guy. I don't like. Oh god, we did not dodge. We're gonna go for this thing. So this is good for us in this kind of fighting situation. And we're gonna go for a more attack-oriented item, or ability. We're doing something. This is a mess of a game. We're trying. I do think we scale well into this game. I think we win in the long run, but... I think it's a surprisingly unpleasant time while we scale. I think I got that guy, though. That was funny. I was hiding. Sometimes the minions do kill people. It's quite goofy. They normally shouldn't manage it, but... they do on occasion. They do an incredibly small amount of damage. But it is some damage. It's that, but I played that real badly on my part. I tried for something I won't normally go for, and I missed. Generally, I don't go close to people because my ranged attack is just so good. I thought I could get some good damage right there, but I missed. This is going to be a bunch of people who die really quickly here. I've got a good couple of kills there. That guy really underestimated how much damage I would do at that range, which was quite funny. I think he didn't quite realize I have a very sustained on-hit damage type build. Ugh. I don't think there's a chance we win this game. My team is not, again, not doing great. I'm doing okay. This guy's doing mediocre. He's doing okay. He's got a good score line. These guys, though, the rest of them, are really not doing well. So this game's even harder than the last one, because the last one we had 2 people not doing well. This one we have 3 people not doing well. I don't really know what we do beyond attempt to play it out, do our best, stay positive. We outscale, but we just need to, like, somehow stall the game for 15 minutes. Which is not likely, but... Well, they might take an incredibly bad fight against us, and that's how we stall. They could just throw the game. That would be very convenient.
The enemies of Demacia will fall.
That would require my teammates to hit things, though. Which is not what they're doing at this particular moment.
An ally has been slain.
Mark where they died.
Well, I'm alive. The game's gonna end, but I'm alive. What was that?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm gonna make a distraction back here,
On wings of
because I am fast and annoying. Waste as much of that guy's time as I can. My team doesn't really look like they've done anything in that meantime, but was funny. We kept him running for a long time. I guess my team is now winning, at least. No, that's it right there. That was bad. I'm trying to charge my ultimate here. Should I get that guy? Maybe? No. This guy is so bad. Quite impressive. That was incredibly funny. I hate this character a lot, but this guy is definitely not good at it. He keeps getting hit by a bunch of stuff. He keeps missing his most important skill, which is his ultimate.
nothing like me.
We're trying, though. They, every so often, they, like, incredibly lose a fight to us in a funny way. And I can't quite tell what the system is of... I tried. We fought. Got a couple more kills there. But this guy's dead. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's yet again not quite over, because I think they have to kill this. Yeah, and he gets this. God, we've somehow survived a little bit again. But it's not great for us.
Without remorse.
Keep an eye out for any mysteries.
What a miserable time. I don't understand how this guy is just so constantly getting caught. There are Poros. Hooray for Poros. This guy, no chance he can stall for long enough. And like now they're gonna win. There's no way we can stop it this time. This guy can't even do anything to defend. Oh, tragic game. That one was... I'm not even gonna honor anybody in that game. Not even worth it. I got a DPS threat award for doing decent damage. These two did more than me. But this guy's only purpose is to do damage, and he did the least of everyone on our team. I want to download this really quick to look at one particular moment that really jumped out at me, that I want to look exactly what happened here, because he fired his ultimate. It's a long-ranged, big, wide AoE attack, and he fires it completely at the wrong angle in a way that I was just like, what happened here?
She's here.
And I'm not 100% sure where it happens, but he's just... That one was actually one where the minions killed me. In funny fashion, Ox. This guy had no lingering damage type items. That was actually the minion killing me. Let's see if we can find the attack that kills me. Let's see, I have 4 HP, and he's not close enough to hit me. He doesn't have any damage. And I die anyway. So, one of these minions, it's one of these little bolts right here, hit me and killed me. So when you're in a bush, you can still kind of see it. Can the enemies not? Yeah, so if I... Let's find a time where I'm in a bush. So I make a lot of bush-related plays overall. God, when we were even still outside of our base trying to defend anything. Okay, so like right here, let's see. There was a decent amount of time where they were in the bush. So I'm going to turn on our vision, because currently it's set to all. So I'm going to turn on red vision. This is what my team can see right now. So this guy, as soon as he goes in that bush, he disappears. We can't see him anymore. There's another guy who I think is in this bush. No, he's not. Let's see, like right there, that one went into the bush. And we can't see it anymore. So that is a function of how bushes work in League of Legends. You can see out of bushes, but enemies cannot see you in the bush until they are in the bush, or until you attack out of the bush. Because when you launch an attack out of the bush, then they can see you. But like right there, that shot is kind of funny. So you'll see it. I come out, and let's pause this really quick, because this is both. It's funny. See this guy? I'm actually pointing like you can see it, but you can see this character here, Ari. I'm chasing her. She's about to enter the bush. But I kind of guess where she is still, and throw mine slightly ahead, where I think she's going to run, and I kill her anyway. But then if I switch to the blue vision instead, see when I go into the bush, I want blue, I do want Fog of War. So it actually, he can see me. Something is still grabbing vision in the bush right now, but then I disappear. Okay, so for a second he could still see me, but then I vanish. And while I'm in here, he can't click to attack me anymore. So to do that, he has to try to come into the bush to actually fight me. Which is what I want, because I'm a melee character and he's a ranged character, so I've used the bush to kind of eliminate his advantage, force him to come close to me, and I can better trade with him. Then my teammate comes over, but I'd already he basically came over and the enemy decided he was going to try to kill this guy instead of me for some reason. And then I just killed him. I don't know if they just saw this guy and thought, well, he's bad, so we can definitely kill that guy. I'm not entirely sure what the logic there was. But I don't really know how to find this particular thing now that I'm thinking about it. But there's a moment where he respawns and he, like, fires his ultimate diagonally backwards. right there. That was an annoying moment. Okay, watch this. This one's kind of annoying. He's behind me. He's going to get hit by this ability and die, but I'm going to live. And that's kind of what's going to happen here. Except, he blows his flash to get on the other side of me. So instead, now this ability is going to hit me. I'm not going to guaranteed instantly die, but I'm definitely going to die now. But watch this. Because he's so slow, he can't actually clear the distance from me. So he flashed over me to make sure I get hit by this ability and he doesn't. But then he's too slow. And it hits him anyway. And then it knocks me up. So he both wasted his long cooldown, guaranteed we both got hit with it, and died anyway. And like, it's that moment where other players might recognize there is literally no chance I survive this. I'm going to turn into the enemy and just crash into that ability so that one of us lives. And he was like, no, we both need to die. You said, so let's watch that again in real time speed. A, there's just no time, but B, what happens here is, once we're into this area, this is a wall I can't cross right here. So once we enter through this bush into this, we're stuck in this channel point right here. And the only things we can do is if we can touch this portal, we can teleport to the other side, which is what I'm trying to do. Because I'm trying to go, so if you watch me, I'm trying to hope that with my speed, I can make it to the portal. But he's now blocking me. I actually can't run through him either. It's like there's just like layers of thing he manages to do that guaranteed both of us will die. And it's just like, I'm impressed, man. I'm so impressed at the level of incredibly goofy bad thing that happened to us right there. He's not gonna come up, I think, with that ultimate. I just don't know when he did this. Whee! Super speed. Okay, that was actually a fight we won. But then we got cleaned up. I lived, because I'm very fast. Okay, look at this one. It was that one. There it goes. This was the one that I was like, did I see that right? Okay, watch him. He should just fire his ultimate ability straight that way. And then look at the direction he fires it. And I was confused. So what's happening, Ox, though, is that we were red team, but to stop confusion, it shows us as blue in-game for us. So we are on the red side of the map, but we don't see ourselves as red because you're so used to red being the enemy color. And so in a replay, it shows them as blue, us as red, but in-game, everyone shows up as blue for themselves and their team. Just to make it easier, but then to make it watchable at this stage. so it's like a visual clarity issue. But still, that was all I wanted to check. I was just like, did I see that right? Did that guy fire the sideways ultimate? Comically, not great. It was not good. Kind of impressively bad. What a funny time. What a funny set of League of Legends games. Victory was not achieved, but that's just how it goes some days. Stay on this. I will set my category back to Minecraft right now, because we will start again next stream in Minecraft. Might as well not accidentally leave ourselves on the League of Legends section. But yeah. I do want to say thank you all for showing up. It was very nice. I had a good time. I guess we will see if we can do... If we still have that raid. I don't know. We were in there actually for quite a while for League of Legends. You said it was casual carrot, but casual carrot I don't think is still online, unfortunately. Yeah, I figured, given, again, we were there for quite a while. The second game, both of the games were kind of messy, and I think the second one dragged longer, but then I also took us into the replay, because I wanted to look at that. So, that's a little unfortunate. I think in that case, I will probably just let us go off into the night. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. We had some fun. We got some more progress done in Minecraft. Played a couple of games of League. Had a great conversation, great time. And I will probably see you all again on... probably on Wednesday. I don't think I'll have anything. This will be my first week back to work since my surgery, and I think it should be okay. I think at this point I'm mostly fine. We're doing good. Things seem to be all right. So I will let you all know what is up. But yeah, I'm rambling at this point. Thank you. I hope we all have a good night and a great week. So, bye everyone. Goodbye.